विष्णु सच्चिदानंद वेणु गोपाल विष्णु सच्चिदानंद वेणु गोपाल विष्णु सच्चिदानंद वेणु गोपाल
If you want to destroy ego, true love must be developed in your heart.
ఈనాడు ఇన్ని వేల మంది ఇక్కడ ప్రవేశించి
there are so many thousands of people who
వారి గృహములందు ఎన్నో సదుపాయములు ఎన్నో అనుకూలములు ఎన్నో సుఖములు ఉండినప్పటికీ అవన్నీ కూడా త్యజించి ఇక్కడ ఇన్ని కష్టములకు ఇన్ని బాధలకు ఇన్ని అనానుకూలములకు కూడా సహించి ఈ భరించుకొని ఈ జీవించడమే ఇది గొప్ప తపస్సు.
People who have gathered here have all facilities and all conveniences at their homes. They have given up all those things. They have by choice come here and they are prepared to undergo all the troubles and inconvenience. This is
ఏ రాష్ట్ర ఫలము అనగా ఏ సంస్థలు ఎందుకు కనిపించదు, ఒక్క సత్యసాయి సంస్థలు ఎందుకు మాత్రమే గోచరిస్తుంది.
This kind of great and correct attitude is visible only in Sri Satya Sai organizations.
ఎన్ని దేశముల వారు, ఎన్ని మతముల వారు, ఎన్ని భాషల వారు, ఎన్ని దేశముల వారు ఇందరూ కూడా ఈ ప్రదేశంలో చేరి అన్నతమ్ముల వలె అక్క చెల్లెండ్ర వలె ఒకరికి అనుసరించి ఆప్యాయంగా ఒక్క చోట చేరి ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవించడం అనేటువంటి ఒక్క సత్యసాయి సంస్థలకు మాత్రమే తగినటువంటి.
It is only in Sri Satya Sai organization where people coming from so many countries, belonging to so many religions, having so different backgrounds, but who live like brothers and sisters with a lot of adjustment and understanding. This is possible only in Sri Satya Sai organization.
ప్రేమ స్వరూపులారా,
embodiments of
ఈ
divine
విధమైన ప్రేమతత్వాన్ని ఇంకను అధికంగా మనం అభివృద్ధి గావించుకొని యావత్ ప్రపంచమునకే మనము మార్గదర్శకులుగా రూపొందింపచేయాలని ఒక గాఢమైనటువంటి ఒక ప్రతిజ్ఞ మీరు చేయాలి.
You should take a firm resolution that you will develop this kind of love in greater measure and offer yourselves as an example to the entire world and bring about
అప్పుడే ఉపనిషత్తు వాక్యాన్ని మనం చక్కగా మనం నిరూపించిన వారం అవుతాం.
Then only would have proved with our life the statement of Upanishad.
కేవలము సేవా సంస్థల వారమని పేరు పెట్టుకొని సేవలకు దూరంగా ఉంటుండి మనం ఐకమత్యమైనటువంటి దాన్ని చంపుకొని ఆనందమే ప్రధానమైనటువంటి యొక్క లక్ష్యంలో చూసుకోవటం ఇది సరైనది కాదు.
People who call themselves as service societies, but who, on account of their selfishness and individual idiosyncrasies, they do not have unity at all. That is not good.
ఎక్కడ ఉండినప్పటికీ తన యొక్క హృదయానికి తృప్తికరమైనటువంటి సేవలుగా తాను చేయాలి.
What
Saramol, welcome to the 2023 National Office Bearers Conference. As you can see, the title is Journey to Sai, Transformation through the Organization. Before we start, there's a few home truths that I need to tell you. There are 5 fire exits here, so there is no fire alarm going this morning. It's not a test run, so if ever the fire alarm goes, you just run after me because I'll be running into the car park. Gents' toilets are there, ladies' toilets are there, and downstairs at the lower ground floor where we're going for lunch, there are other toilets there. If any of you doesn't feel well and something is not quite right, please feel free to come to me or one of our office bearers and we will try and endeavor to put things right. So, I had the pleasure this morning of talking to Brother Philip. We call him Philip Boy or Philip G now, because that's how he likes it. He's a very, very entertaining person, and I'm going to do injustice by only having a few minutes to talk a little bit about him, because I feel coming from the horse's mouth is better than second-hand information from me. So I would urge anyone today, if you have the time, to pick his brains and speak to him, because there is a wealth of information you can gather from him. Simple as that. So Brother Phil, original degree from the US in philosophy and economics, a little bit ahead of his time, because at that time philosophy and economics were not the combination subjects that they are now. Then went on to do an MBA, had 3 businesses, etc., overworked himself, long hours, 60, 70 hours a week. In 2012, had to retire, part retirement for health reasons, just simply overwork. And then, from then on, he has been doing yoga, meditation, and neuro-linguistic programming. For those who don't know what NLP is, I would actually say speak to Phil, and within a few minutes you will be in awe of the person when they talk about all of that. He then, between him and his wife, they initially did the translation of Swami's teachings from into German. And at the moment, since 2022, he's been doing a master's on mediation. So anyone who's got marital problems today, please go to him, is all I say. I'm first in the queue. All right. And so in 2022, Brother Phil resigned due to the organizational issues in Germany. And I believe in May, Brother Ratnakar from Prashanti Council rang him to say, would he like to be chairperson of Zone 6? Phil did not need any more persuasion. The inner voice that he had called out, and he accepted the position. So without any further ado, please welcome Brother Phil to the stage. Sit down.
lovely to see all of you, even though I can't see much because of the lights. I've never been called a horse before. So, anyway, from the horse's mouth. Thank you, brother, for this very kind invitation and presentation. I hope I do justice by speaking a little bit about why I'm here and what we're doing. First of all, let me extend the warmest pranams and salutations and greetings and all this love from Brother Ratnakar, who's the managing trustee of the Central Trust. Most of you know him. And I spoke to him on Wednesday, and he asked me to sort of convey his message. And we don't use the word, but he said you should all be proud of yourselves, of the work you're doing. And the UK, of course, is a powerhouse, is a lighthouse for the PSI organization, has been in the past, but continues to do so. And he's very pleased and very excited. And he extends his wishes that you continue this work and help us, I'll get a little bit into that later, to revive the PSI mission in the rest of Europe. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen Brother Ratnakar or Nimish Pandya in one of those their inspirational and motivational talks about the organization. So I'll briefly summarize something from my perspective of why this is important and how this relates to you. First of all, let me share an intimate detail with Brother Ratnakar. He's an amazing guy. I love him like a brother, but he's only human. And as things move on, and as we're moving out of the pandemic, he's only human, and his schedule is becoming inhuman. So over the past years, we had the pleasure of seeing him a lot on Zoom, and this is probably going to change because he only has, like most of us, 24 hours in the day, and he's back into managing the trust, and he has a lot of obligations, meetings, inaugurations, and all that, and that all takes a lot of time. So please, if you can, if you're in a position, don't go to him for things. We have an organizational structure, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. I know he's a great guy, I love talking to him, but he is really busy, and he is too nice to tell you. He'll always take the time, he'll always make the time, and he always takes whatever message and concern you have seriously, but we need to, well, I don't want to say take care of him, but we need to be mindful that he has a lot of responsibilities and a lot of things to do. So please take that into consideration for future communications. If you do go to Prashanti, drop by his office. He loves talking to people from overseas. Okay, so what are we doing here in the PSI organization? Let me briefly just give you a few pointers from my perspective. I used to be in Hamburg, which is in Germany, which had the first and the largest center in Germany. I've been, what I found out last night, I was an active worker for many years without being a part of the organization. And all my friends, from the center manager, the regional coordinator, to the national president, the zone chair, I know all of them personally, and they all urged me to, become an office bearer, join the organization. So every chance I got in Prashanti, I asked Swami, I said, Swami, do you want me to be part of the organization? And he always said, Undu. Of course, I don't speak Telugu, but intuitively I understood what he meant, which means if you don't speak Telugu, later, or wait, every time. So it was only until 2012 that I formally joined the organization and took an office, helping my wife, who was managing the book trust, translating and editing the German books. So I've been around the German organization for over 20 years, and the funny part was, in all that time, I knew there were problems in the organization. And then 2011 happened, that was a big shock, and then 2014 happened. So this organization was crumbling and dissolving. So I said, I was in Prashanti 2014, And I said, Thakkar, we need to do something because we're losing people, we're losing momentum, it's not going well. So for you to understand, let me put some numbers to this. At the height of the Sai movement, let's call it that, we had about 2,700 centers worldwide, which is quite a lot. I mean, we always have these numbers that nicely add up to 9, so you know what that is. In fact, nobody really knows because there are centers registered but not active, there are centers active, not registered. But let's take this 2,700. And then after 2011, that number declined rather rapidly to 2,200. Nobody really knows why. And then the other thing happened, so the last figure I heard, it went to 1850, and that's the last number I heard. So the Sai movement was somehow in decline. So I talked to Thakkar, I said, we need to change this around, we need to do something. He said, yes, we know, we are already going to do something. He told me what, and I was ecstatic. I said, yeah, this is a great idea. He called it a global council, and the idea is to change the structure of the organization to be more human-based. Because in the old days, we had Swami who knew everything, who did everything, who decided everything, and he was just there. We don't have that privilege anymore in the form. I mean, of course, he's still there, but we need to work somehow in a structure that is more, I want to say, human-based. And that is what we're doing, because the Central Trust decided that the Sai organization had to change. We needed to be more flexible, we needed to be more alive, we needed to be more transparent, more democratic, if you want. So if you've heard Nimish Pandya say, new organization is bottoms up. No, of course not. It's bottom up. Big difference. Not bottoms up, bottom up. That was a joke, by the way, not I did this week. And I always say, if you have to explain a joke, then it was a bad joke. So anyway, big difference, bottom up versus bottoms up. And the idea is that in the old days, there was too much stifling bureaucracy in the organization, and for those of you who have been around, you probably know. And I've heard complaints about the organization being too rigid and too bureaucratic and too self-absorbed for many, many years. So I was ecstatic when he told me, he said, we're going to change this. Also, we need to give more flexibility to the people in the country, in the zones, because they know the local people, they know the customs, they know the laws. People in Prashanti don't know. Ratnakar needs us to find out what's going on, what we need, what we can do. So this is the whole idea of this new structure. I don't know if you've been told this, now you have. And now you understand why we have yet another change or another shift in the organization. So I hope you all are as excited about this as I am, because I see it working. It's been a big success. The Global Council started at about 750, 780 centers, and now we're up to 1,300 or even 1,350, growing every day, every week, every month. And we want to keep doing this until we reach 2,000, maybe, that's the vision for the future, 2,700 centers again. How do we do this? Well, first of all, by transformation through the organization, and of course, we'll get into that a little bit later, by practice and inspire. Inspire? No. Inspire. I'm not a native speaker, so sometimes I mix up words. So that's basically the organizational part, and we need your help, because this is as much our organization as it is yours, but the idea is that the power of the organization is you, the people making up the organization. Centers, all the work project, it all starts with you. That's why the sort of motto of the new organization, but the relaunch of the organization is put the center in the center. Maybe you've heard this, but this is very important for you to understand, because as we move forward, we need to not only inspire and be inspired, but we need to practice. And I know, coming out of the pandemic, a lot of people are really reluctant, they stay at home, zooming and cocooning, they call it. So we need to get going, because, there's a need. We have something to offer to the world. The world is in a little bit of a chaotic state. And we have teachings and methods and inspiration for the people out there. So this is something to understand, that it's not just for us, but it's also to go out to serve other people, not only inside the organization, which is nice to stay inside the family, but also to go out and do something for others. It's something I like to do. Now, I was told that you might want to hear a little bit about me, why I'm standing here. You know, most of you have never seen me. It's the first time I talk to you, and you're probably wondering, what is that guy in that lovely orange sweater doing there? That reminds me of Swami. So I picked this sweater on purpose, even though I'm sweating like I'm in India. So I'm wearing this for you. So let me briefly explain why I'm here and what am I doing and what we are doing. This is always nice, because I find that if you're wrapped so much in your daily activities and everything, you sometimes lose sight of the overview, and it's good to take a step back and ask yourself, okay, what am I doing here? Why am I doing it? Why is this important? How does this relate? How does this help others? Because sometimes you get so wrapped up in your daily routines and everything. And it's a common problem in an organization. You know, you get wrapped up with everything that's happening in the organization that you lose sight of what's going on outside. So this is also, coming back to Prashanti, we are his messengers in both ways. We carry the message outward, but we also report back to Prashanti how they can improve, how they can change, how they can come up with things that are interesting. So it's a two-way street. So basically, you're all asked to do more. You know, be more active. And I don't mean more seva or anything, but you know, be more active in the Sai sense that you think about, you reflect of what you're doing. So how am I doing that? I was not born in a Sai family. I was a regular Christian, and I was a young man driving too fast, so of course I had a bad car accident. I was 18 years old, and I was driving my mother's car, which was way too fast for me, and I was going home from my girlfriend's place, and there was this incline, and I thought it was a good idea to see if I could make the car jump at the end of the incline. I knew the road, there was no traffic, except for that day. So I made the car jump, thought, wow, and then I saw another car. That never happened to me before, because it was outside the city, in a rural area, no traffic. So I knew I was going to have a car accident. And since I was going way too fast, I knew there was no way I could stop. So as I clenched the steering wheel and said, I was getting ready to die, I said, oh God, I felt this orange light coming out of nowhere. Brake lights are red, there was no traffic light, there was no source of orange light anywhere. Not red, not white, not black, not green, orange. And I felt this light enveloping me, lift me out of the car, put me back in the car after the car was crushed. The engine came up to the dashboard, and there was about this much space between the steering wheel and the driver's seat. I should have been dead. I didn't. I had a scratch over my eye. That was it. You know, everybody said, this is a miracle. You should be dead. I mean, the police, the paramedics, the insurance, everybody said you should be dead. Even my mother said, oh my God, you could have died. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't. Fast forward a couple of years, I've told the story how I got to Swami, so I'm sitting in darshan for the first time in Prashanti, third day, I'm really overwhelmed. And you know how Swami sits in his chair and he looks at you and you know he's looking at you, even though it's all the way across Psychoman Hall. You all been there? Have done that? Yeah. So he's looking at me, I'm like, oh wow. So I look at him, I said, okay, who are you and what am I doing here? And of course I get an answer. So there's this ray of orange light from his heart straight into mine. It's the same orange light from my car accident. That really touched me, and I didn't speak for hours. That itself is another miracle, but that's besides the point. So I knew who he was, and he took care of me even before I physically knew about his existence. And you can probably understand that that builds a very strong connection. I've had 2 more times, actually 4 more times where he saved my life, but in order to, not waste your time and mine, I think they charge by the hour here, right? So. Anyway, I'm happy to tell you the story in a private setting. Let me just tell you, he saved my life 3 times, and he saved my life 2 more times. The last 2 times were in India, and I don't want to say it's related to the guy who went down the road to the place to start his own business. You know, I won't say his name because we don't want his energy here, but it was dramatic. Anyway, so I owe Swami my life. So when Ratnakar asked me, I said, you know, you want to be zone chair? First I had to ask my wife, what does a zone chair do? I had no idea. I didn't want the job. He asked me, he said, are you willing to? I said, yeah, sure, you know, because I owe him. And if he wants me to do something, I'll do it. I used to be a little on the stubborn side, so he had to save my life 3 times. But now I got the message. So, how does this relate? Well, stories are always nice, and they have been a very important part of communication and transporting knowledge over millennia, because they affect the whole brain, and you can't argue with the story. So the inspirational part is that, yes, these miracles were there, some of you experienced them, and it's not necessary to be a Sai devotee as such. These miracles still happen, but lots of us had the privilege of meeting Swami in person. Most of us didn't, and most of us who follow up now will not have the chance, not in person. So what we need to do is we have to inspire people. I mean, the stories are nice, and there are a lot of fake stories around. I mean, let's not kid ourselves, you know, people bragging about this and that and the other thing. My story is true, by the way. I mean, he is my witness. So we have to get a little bit away from that and inspire people differently. And what I mean by that is we just take his life is his message. He inspired us, he practiced, he lived what he taught, and thereby inspiring us some more. So we practice, and how we practice, we inspire others to practice, and it goes on. That's the whole idea. That's why I think the motto for the Center Leader Conference that Brother Suresh is going to talk about is perfect, and it's a great motto, it's a great theme for us here in the future, because there is a lot of work to be done. Now, the inspiration is one part. Let me quickly talk about the practice. I was in Prashanti in, I think, 2010, or early 2011, I'm not sure. You know Fukushima, the big, terrible accident that happened in Japan, the nuclear power plant? Yeah. So people were worried, because it was an uncontrolled meltdown and everything, and then the Pacific was getting radioactive, and so people asked Swami, said, well, what do we do? He says, don't worry, the world is not going to end, I'll take care of it. And they said, well, Swami, what can we do? And the answer was very simple. He said, well, listen, the tattvas are out of balance, the elements. So if you really want to help us, pray and do Samastaloka 9 times, sunrise, high noon, sunset. Simple enough. Anybody can do this. And this is how, I don't want to say he needs our help. I mean, that's sort of the misnomer. But there is a part that we still have to do something. You know, I've had a lot of discussion with devotees said that, oh, you know, I just sit at home and let Swami take care of everything. Yeah, okay. But why did he give us a 9-point code of conduct if he doesn't want us to do anything? Why did he set up a seva organization, a Sai organization, for us to actually do something if people sit at home saying, oh, I just pray and I let people do. Let Swami take care of it. Okay? So that is something we have to address, because, you know, we are his message now. We are his heritage. So it's up to us to take this torch forward and help. And as I said, you know, the world's in a funny place. We have all kinds of weird things going on. So people need support. Mental health is a big issue, and we know from medical research and from scientific research that meditation and mantra and breathing techniques actually affect the brain, affect the nervous system. They work. They're not just some spiritual nonsense. They actually work. They found out in the Harvard Medical School that you can reduce blood pressure with breathing and the mantra as quickly as you can with medication in an emergency, for example. You know, if you have long-term low blood pressure, that's something else. But these things work. And I would employ you and motivate you to practice for yourselves and pass it on. Because we have this great, great heritage and this knowledge to help people, you know, and people are getting concerned. They're concerned that the world is going to end, which I don't think is going to happen, and they're concerned about this and that and the other thing. And I don't know about the UK, but in Germany, people are just going crazy left, right, and center because there's too much stress, too much worry. So, you know, we can help. We should help. You know, serving humanity is what's the word? Service to humanity, service to God. Is that what? Yeah. Okay. And my favorite quote, of course, being that, you know, hands that help are holier than lips that pray. So that's always something to consider. I don't have to tell you this because you are active workers, you already do this, but the idea is that pass it on. We don't want to force anybody, but please pass it on and do something. And I had many discussions with devotees in Germany. They said, oh, Swami doesn't want us to meditate. I said, what? That makes no sense. He said, oh, Swami said don't meditate. I said, no, you're just lazy. It's a bad excuse. And people make up Swami quotes to fit their personal ego all the time. You know, I mean, I see some heads nodding. You know, daily meditation is in the 9-point code of conduct. So how can you say that Swami doesn't want us to meditate? That's nonsense. How you meditate is a different issue, but you know, we gotta do these things. And as I said, they know breathing techniques, pranayama, actually works on the brain and on the nervous system. And Swami, believe it or not, taught yoga, bits and pieces of yoga here and there, and also breathing techniques. So to get to the practice part, I would like to, probably most of you know it, but just really quickly remind you of a breathing technique that is very old, that's very, I don't say, not secret anymore, but sacred. And it's called Nadi Sohan, I think, you know, alternate nostril breathing, you call it in English. You know, you take your thumb, you hold, close down, come on, everybody, this is a sing-along. You close your right nostril, you breathe in through your left nostril. You can either close your nose or just hold the breath for a second or two, and then you use your index finger, or one of the other fingers, index finger, you close your left nostril, and you breathe out through the right nostril. Again, in through the left. Hold, out through the right. Once more, in to the left. Hold, out through the right. Okay, that was 3 breaths. Some people may already notice a change. You can do this 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or whatever time until, you know, it balances the parts of the brain, the two hemispheres of the brain. This is scientifically, for those of you who need that sort of thing, this is scientifically proven. They've done studies in the University Hospital in Copenhagen, in Denmark, that after about 10 minutes of doing this, this breathing technique, the brain hemispheres align and your EEG, the brain waves, change towards relaxation. And the idea is that, you know, you have 2 brain sides, one is emotional, one is rational, well, sort of roughly, and one side is always in control. That's why sometimes people overreact emotionally, sometimes they overreact rationally, by rationalizing everything. The best focus is when the 2 brain parts, 2 hemispheres, are aligned and equal, because then your brain sort of lights up and you have the most communication, the most creativity, the most balance, especially emotional balance. So this is a very easy, Swami taught this, I'm not making this up, Swami taught this, and he also said that there are 2 approaches to this. If you manage to calm your mind, breathing techniques become an spiritual exercise. If you can't calm your mind, it's just a physical exercise and it helps your health. You know, I feel really strange as a white man talking to, Indians, or well, I have no neutral term, and I mean this with the greatest respect, but to me you're Indians, even though you're born here and British and all that, you know. So this is like telling Germans how to make beer, you know. I mean this because what I'm telling you is just that I have so much respect for the Indian culture, especially the spiritual culture, that I really like this, and I feel really funny about telling you this, But there was this inner voice that told me, no, you can tell Indians how to breathe. You know, it's good for them to remember, because sometimes you forget. And this is a very important breathing technique. There are others, and maybe we have to do a workshop or something. But it's just something to practice, something to share. You can even do this in a group. You can do this in your center, like do 3 minutes of alternate nostril breathing before you start singing, or do it at the end or whatever. And just notice the change, because it does work. You know, you can do it before you go into a meeting, or when you sit on a plane and someone spills tea over your hip, like it happened to me yesterday. Because the longer you do this, the more you become calm emotionally and you don't get upset. And right now we're living in a time where everybody is getting upset about everything and posting it online. So digital detox, they call it, which is the next step. So before I close, there are 2 things I would like to say. First of all, I'm looking for volunteers. Oh, one step back. My wife and I had this idea that we wanted to comb through Swami's discourses and compile a book on Swami's teachings on yoga and meditation. Now, there are some books, but they're not full and they don't meet our quality standards. So we started, but since we're both working, it's a big project. So I'm looking for volunteers to help. The idea is that we do this as a project for the centennial. Is that my pronouncing that correctly? Centennial celebration? Yeah. Big thing, you have to keep that in mind. You know, this guy is turning 100 pretty soon. So I would like to recruit volunteers, people who are interested, to comb through Swami's discourses and collect things he taught about yoga, breathing, meditation, chakras, kundalini, whatever, all the spiritually energetic part. So preferably native speakers of English, because not all discourses are translated into other languages, and maybe some people who are way better than me at Sanskrit, because Swami uses a lot of Sanskrit terms and I have a very hard time with that. So that's the one thing, to have a project. Because what I would like us to do while I'm here is not only to give thanks to you and extend the courtesy of Ratnakar, saying that he loves all of you and he thinks you're doing a great job and everything, but also I need your help to get Europe back on its feet. Because the shift to the Global Council has caused some, I don't want to say casualties, that's the wrong word, but a lot of brothers and sisters around Europe and the continent are lost, let's put it that way. And we sort of need to get them, not back, I mean it's their decision, but we need to inspire them to practice and reevaluate what they're doing. And I need the UK, we need the UK. You have the benefit, I mean, you know how they say that in every challenge there's an opportunity? It's a cliche, but it's also true. So you have the chance, I have the challenge, and you have the chance to help me revive Europe, because right now the rest of Europe is a little bit off. And so I need your shining light from your little continent here to shine over to the big continent and help put brothers and sisters back in the fold, if they so choose. We don't, I can never pronounce the word, proselytize, does that make sense? Yeah. So it's all voluntary, but, so that's the chance. That is something I would like us to do as a zone. You know, I know you have a lot of stuff to do here, but that's something I would like to do as a zone. For that reason, the Central Trust, which is not the Global Council, by the way, so there's one thing I need to make clear. Where Ratnakar is at the helm, he's managing the Central Trust, which manages all the other things, but the Global Council, he's not the secretary of the Global Council. Ratnakar is not the Global Council. Our secretary is Chakravarti, or chairman, whatever you, I think chairman. Then we have a secretary, Shivendra, most of you know him. He was the youth coordinator, I think, the World Youth Coordinator. He's doing a fantastic job, and then we have what is called Executive Committee, where all the zone chairs get together, report from their zones, make decisions and all kind of stuff, you know. So don't, as I said, please don't go to Ratnakar for every decision, for every question. My not my door, I used to say that in business my door is always open. Now I probably have to say my inbox is always open. So whatever you have, if there's something, some concerns, some feedback, whatever, you can contact me. Please put the two gentlemen I'm going to introduce now in CC, because I'm probably going to have them deal with you, because they're the CCs. CC, of course, stands for Central Coordinator. So if you give a hand to Brother Ketan and Brother Shitu, which So if you have any questions, I'll be around all day. So, Shitu? So they're going to be central coordinators because there's a lot going on in the UK, and technically we're the biggest zones with 27 countries. Ukraine belongs to us, no pun intended. Russia doesn't. Russia is Zone 7. You can always remember that by 007. And yes, Russia, believe it or not, has recently joined the Global Council. So hopefully that will translate into peace at some point. So that was it. If you have any questions, I'm downstairs. So anyway, so please. That's it. So that's all.
Salam everyone, it's a great honor and privilege to be able to serve you and all the devotees in Europe once again. And like Brother Phil said, our inbox is always open. Jai Sai Ram.
Salam everyone. It's lovely to be here actually. I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes, I know we're over time, just spend a couple of quick minutes actually, and the theme of Journey to Sai. And it reminds me, obviously this time last year, we were here in the same hall having the national conference, and it was the first in-person event as a national since the COVID as well. And just something just very quickly, this Thursday just gone, I was actually at Narborough Sai Centre, and they announced the new youth coordinator there at the time. And it took me back 21 years when I joined the organisation and the journey to Sai. And the, not the dilemma, but the question was, do things happen by chance? Do I choose to become an office bearer or an active worker? Or do I fall into it, or do I get pushed into it because there's no one there, versus did Swami choose me? And 21 years ago, when I actually knew about the organisation, I knew about Swami for many years before, and been to obviously Swami with the family, for pilgrimages. And then I bumped into someone in a shop actually, who happened to have a ring of Swami's, and it guided me to Swami's centre in Leicester, Narborough Centre. And within 2 weeks of the centre, they asked me to come to a meeting, a bit like this. It was apparently a committee meeting, and I left the meeting as the new youth coordinator. Knew nothing about it. And all that time I was thinking, it was chance, right? It was, you become an office bearer's chance. You happen to be there in that shop when you bought something, or someone told you to come to this. But we mustn't forget, because it's Swami that's chosen each and every one of us. And we do think that I became a national president or a central coordinator or something because I said yes. And it is, obviously, we have to do our own bit. As Brother Phil said, we have to do the effort. But we mustn't forget that Swami chooses each and every one of us at the right time, so we learn and we grow and we become closer to him. So I just wanted to share that quick example of what something happened just this week. But it's lovely to be here, obviously, with everyone. And please, obviously, come and see us, and we'll definitely share Swami's message as well. Jai Saram.
I'd like to introduce Pratap, our national president. Please give him a big welcome.
love and let it flow in fullness of devotion to thee. O Lord, take my hands and let them work incessantly for thee. O Lord, take my soul and let it be merged in one with thee. O Lord, take my mind and thoughts and let them be in tune with thee. O Lord, take my everything and let me be an instrument to work for thee. I offer my loving pranams at the divine feet of our beloved Bhagwan, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected Zonal Chair, Zonal Coordinators, Brother Suresh Menon, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, my loving sairams to each and every one of you. I would like to extend a very warm welcome and thank each and every one of you for making the effort and taking time in attending the first national event of 2023. I know some of you have had some difficulty in getting here. Unfortunately, there's been some road accidents and stuff that's caused a bit of delay, but I'm so pleased to see many of you here today. Our national calendar with events, national events and festivals is available on our website. Today's event is a very important event where we dedicate ourselves to Swami in his divine mission and step forward in undergoing our own self-transformation. Whilst I feel privileged and humbled to be given the opportunity to serve you all as your national president, the true president is always Swami himself, and we're merely his chosen instruments in his divine mission. I'm so proud today to introduce to you all our National Council team. Can I please request Brother Shakti Shanmugathasan to please come forward as he's our joint national vice president. Unfortunately, Narendra Bhai Mistry cannot be with us. Our national spiritual coordinator is Brother Sathish Kumar. Our national service coordinator is Mr. Jayesh Patel. Our joint national Balvikas coordinator is Mrs. Vasuki Easwarakumar. Our joint national Balvikas coordinator is Mr. Roni Ramdin. Joint National Young Adult Coordinator, Mr. Kapil Prasher. Joint National Young Adult Coordinator, Ms. Triveni Patel. Our National Media Coordinator, Dr. Amit Patel. Our Region 1 President, Dr. Jayesh Patel. Our Region 2 President, Sister Anita Ruparelia. Our Region 3 President, Dr. Arul Srinivasan. Our Region 4 President, Mrs. Manisha Patel. Unfortunately, our brother, Mr. Sanjay Vaja, who's Region 5 President, couldn't be with us today because of the train strike, so he sends his apologies but gives his sairams to you all. Region 6 President, Mr. Roni Ramdin again. Region 7 President, Dr. Santirur Sivalogatnathan. And Region 8 President, Dr. Bhaskaran. He unfortunately can't be with us today because of some commitments. And he sends his sairams to you. Thank you. Before I expand on the theme for this year, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my predecessors, some of whom are here today with us, and thank you for all your hard work, commitment to the organization. I would also like to express my thanks to our immediate past National President, Ketan by Gokani, for his exceptional leadership over the last 3 years as our National President. I wish both I wish both him and Shitu the very best in their new role as zonal coordinators. A huge thank you to all our national council members, the previous council members, as well as office bearers across the country who stepped down on 14th of January for their hard work and commitment to the organization as well. A lot of work has gone on behind the scenes as we work in strengthening our organization, which Brother Shakti will cover later during the day. We've received the new guidelines from Global Council, which are fairly high level, and we've used those as a template to create a UK-specific handbook, which is under review at the moment and will be circulated to you all shortly. We have an exciting year ahead of us with all our regular national events, but this year we are particularly blessed to have the first Global Council's International Centre Leaders Conference in Prashanti during the Guru Purnima program. We've sent you the information regarding this Centre Leaders Conference. It is open to all Centre office bearers, those that are in post, and the deadline for registration is 30th of March. We're fortunate to have with us today Brother Suresh Menon. He's not only the zonal chair, but he's also the chairman of the International Centre Leaders Conference Committee. And he will also share with us the details of this conference later in the day. We're also looking forward to our pilgrimage to Prashanti Nilayam from 31st July to 6th of August. Formal registration for this pilgrimage will open in the next few days. Sadhana meetings have also been organized for this pilgrimage, and you will receive details of the sadhana meetings via your regional president that will be held within your respective regions. Considering the event for this year, considering all the events that we planned for this year, we as a council had decided that the most appropriate theme for the year will be Journey to Sai. The theme for today's conference is also Journey to Sai through the organization. You've heard from Swami of the importance of the organization and how it can benefit each and every one of us. Earlier, I mentioned about Swami's mission. We sometimes need to go back to basics and remind ourselves what this mission of his is. His mission is for us to realize the divinity within us, which we can achieve through our own self-transformation. The organization provides us that opportunity to not only learn his teachings, but it is a place where we all come together to learn how we can put those teachings into practice. We sing bhajans, engage in service activities, participate in study circles. All this is an endeavor to achieve our spiritual goal, which is to realize the divinity within us. By being an office bearer, it is expected that we lead a life in accordance to his teachings. So there is an external reflection of our behavior. However, when we lead a life in accordance to his teachings, it raises the awareness within us and allows us to self-reflect our own conduct. This is where true transformation begins. We should therefore consider ourselves fortunate that not only has Swami chosen us to be within his fold, but also given us this unique opportunity to be an office bearer in his divine mission. So we must not lose this opportunity. It is only through the transformation of mankind that the golden age can become a reality. Swami would often say, "My life is my message," but from today onwards, it is our duty and turn to make our lives his message. Now, without further ado, dear esteemed guests, dear fellow brothers and sisters, we will share with you a short video of all the activities that took place during 2022. Let's enjoy the conference, but more importantly, let's energize ourselves and refocus to his mission and thereby transform ourselves. And we pray to Swami to be with us every step of the way. Jai Sai Ram.
think you will all agree that's a pretty powerful message from the media team. The onus here is we all tend to think, oh, it's one wing, I'm only a small part in one wing, what difference will I make? But when you see something as poignant as that, something so powerful, that's when you realize that all the wings, when we work together, we can produce some amazing results. And that is proof of what we've done last year. I think this year might be even better with post-COVID and post-pandemic. So let's see what we can do to surpass what we did last year. Next speaker, Brother Shakti will discuss some organizational matters. Like every organization, we are dictated by rules governing risk assessment, GDPR, DBS, child protection, child safety, etc. Brother Shakti will now go through some of these matters which are crucial to our organization.
Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. I have the slightly onerous task this morning of going through various slides and giving you an update on where we are in terms of various organisational governance issues. So I'll try my best to keep this as entertaining and as brief as possible, which I'm sure you will all welcome. Swami has always said that, and this is from a discourse in November 1985, we need to observe our country's laws and be exemplary citizens. Never go against the law of the land. Follow the letter of the law. The members of the Sri Sathya Sai organisations should follow the law in spirit and also be models for the government. As a spiritual and humanitarian organisation, we are subject to certain legal and regulatory obligations due to the activities that we undertake. Although we are a voluntary and unincorporated organisation, we are not exempt from these requirements. So with this in mind, I'm just going to go through a few slides to show you where we are in terms of our governance procedures currently. So this is an update on the slides that we shared last year, and this is to show where we've made progress and the areas we still need to cover. So as you can see from the slide that's up on the screen at the moment, there are four key areas. The ones that you're probably most aware of is the organisational structure. So that area, we're all aware of the wings and how we all operate. The second, third and fourth areas on the slide are probably areas which many devotees are probably not so well aware of. For example, the members' handbook, the compliance area and the communication area. So these are the ones that I'm going to talk a little bit more about in the next few minutes. So as Pratap mentioned a few minutes ago, we now have an initial draft of a SSSO UK organisational manual. So this is an updated manual for all centres, groups and office bearers. And we're currently in the stage of having a rough draft that's ready. So at some point during the course of the next few months, we'll hopefully have a online version or a paper version that's ready for devotees to look at. This is always going to be a living document, so based on feedback it'll be updated. But there have been calls for an updated organisational manual for several years. So we've taken the opportunity from a few months ago to try and develop this area. So the manual will be a guide to the operation of the Sri Sathya Sai organisation in the UK, and it'll be based on the rules and regulations of the Charter, and also of the Global Council guidelines from May 2022, and any additional guidelines which are specific to regulatory requirements within the UK. So sections of that organisation manual will include the areas on the structure of the organisation, the duties and responsibilities of office bearers, centre and group responsibilities, and the UK organisation policies on GDPR, DBS and safeguarding. So all the areas that I'll cover in a few moments in terms of our governance will all be in that manual. And hopefully that will be a central source and a reference point for all devotees in terms of everything to do with the UK SI organisation. So going on to affiliation to the SI organisation. So all centres and groups should have received the affiliation certificates in June 2021 when we became part of the Global Council. Those certificates are due to expire shortly, and we will be sending out new certificates to all centres and groups that are registered as part of the UK organisation. So that will be coming out in the next few weeks. We also last year wrote to all centres and group presidents to ensure that there is a standardisation within the organisation in terms of the naming and the logo for all comms, including websites and social media. The other significant change we made a couple of years ago was to start with for UK Council members to start using the organisational email accounts so that we have a standardised process. Hopefully, in the coming months, we'll be able to take that further and look at potentially increasing that to centre presidents. So this is very beneficial if we can do these changes so that we can have more transparency over issues of the organisation and communications can be managed better by those who are taking on roles in the future. The next topic is public liability insurance. And again, here, in order to cover ourselves for any eventuality in terms of public liability and to protect the reputation of the organisation, we have in place a public liability insurance policy that covers all groups and centres. It is therefore now mandatory for all groups and centres to have this policy, and it's a requisite to be part of the Sri Sathya Sai Organisation UK. The policy covers all centre, regional and national events, and it also covers any approved service initiatives. So this process became more centralised probably about 3 years ago, and it has been working well ever since, and it's really crucial for all the activities that we take part in. So the next area to briefly discuss is GDPR. So back in 2021, we finalised our organisation's privacy policy and published it on our website. All centres and groups operating their own websites are also now required to upload the policy on their websites or Instagram pages. We have since rolled out a members' data consent form, and this was done last year. And thank you to all centres and groups for participating in this project. And this needs to be completed by all current members, including those who may not be attending centres regularly but wish to continue receiving communications from the organisation. So please encourage any new members to fill in this form, as we need their consent before we can communicate with them. Yeah, so it's very important that we encourage all members to complete this form, and particularly as it's now linked to the privacy policy, so that they are fully aware of our legal obligations in this area. So another area that we've made huge progress over the last few years is in the area of child safeguarding. So our national Balvikas coordinators have worked extremely hard, and 4 years ago they prepared a comprehensive child safeguarding policy for our organisation. So the Balvikas is an area where, as I'm sure you're aware, there are many regulations in this country. The policy was then reviewed by specialists at the NSPCC, and based on their feedback, an amended policy is currently under review in-house. So just as a reminder, all Balvikas teachers, centre presidents and regional presidents, and indeed anyone working with children, need to undergo this child safeguarding training. So please be aware of that requirement. Another area we've been working on intensively in the last year is the DBS, Disclosure and Barring Service, previously known as CRB checks. So we now have a new digital, easy-to-use system in place. There's an online tracking portal which the organisation can use. It is very important, again, that all teachers and active members who take part in any service activity are DBS cleared. So the new process involves a one-off form, so there is no need for it to be revalidated every 3 years, and the verification process has also been simplified since the 1st of December, and now we can do a online verification process. So there's no need to hold face-to-face clinics. There is a one-off cost to the devotee of £9.85, but the advantage is that the whole process is now streamlined. The organisation has access to the system 24 hours a day, and there's no need to have the renewal process every 3 years. So again, if you'd like more information on that, please do contact your centre president, who in turn can find out more information from the regional presidents. So finally, just to conclude, you will have noted that there's so much work going on behind the scenes, some of which is not always visible. This organisation belongs to all of us, and it's not only for our benefit, but also for the benefit of future generations to come. We welcome anyone that wishes to support any of these activities, be it with the skill sets that they have, or from a purely admin perspective. So anybody who would like to support and help with any of these programmes, please do contact myself or any of the UK Council members, and we are always open for additional support in these areas. I'll just end with a quick quote from Swami. See, all work is spiritual exercise and is an offering. Then work is transformed into worship. Jai Sai Ram. Just to keep things moving quickly, we will now move on to the National Wing presentations, and I call upon our National Service Coordinator, Jayesh, to address us. Sai Ram.
Saram everyone, I offer my love and pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear delegates, welcome. Brother Phil, I need a bit of help with this brain thing, because at the moment my mind is everywhere with all the videos we've seen. Okay. I'd like to introduce the National Service Team. Some of you who are here today. So can I just ask the National Service Team to please stand up very quickly if they are still here? You might not see a lot of them because I think some of them have just rushed off to receive some lunch. And, thank you. As you can see, Region 1 and 4, we hope to inspire someone today to come forward or in the very near future. I would also like to thank Jitesh Bhai, Arun Bhai, Sister Irene, for being part of the team over the past few years. And I wish Jitesh Bhai and Arun Bhai the best for the new roles as they progress on their journey to Sai. Jitesh Bhai is now the Regional 1 President, Arun Bhai is now the Deputy National Service Coordinator. Please, please work with this team. And what can we achieve? Who knows? We've also got a healthcare team. Every region has someone who represents, the healthcare side. Again, we're looking for someone to inspire in Region 4, but these are your coordinators. These are the people with the extended teams who put together those webinars that you get once a month. Now, all I can say is don't underestimate those webinars. They're so useful. They were so useful during the COVID period, and they gave access to information that people may have to wait if they have to go to their GPs. Just first of all, huge thank you to everyone for their selfless service in 2022. Especially just coming out of COVID, and now with the cost of living crisis, you devotees and your teams have surpassed all expectations. This is only a summary, and it's to outline the variety of projects. It might not cover everything that you guys have been involved in. To provide 19 tons of provision to the food banks, 8,500 meals to the needy, hampers to the needy, essential bags, 1,000 sandwiches collected from Pret-a-Manger and delivered to the homeless charity, contributions to some charities, some hand-knitted items. This is real Seva in terms of people giving up their time to knit something for the needy. Some items and provisions to the homeless charity. The passage was collected at the National Christmas celebrations, and I'm really happy that we've had more provisions today which will go to serve this charity. So thank you very much for bringing this stuff today. In Varoke, 1,500 trees planted by devotees last year. We have a major project that we are looking at towards Swami's 100th birthday. The world took on to plant millions of trees. We in the UK will have to do our bit, so please watch out for more information on that. Some of you may not be aware of the next project, which is recycling VHS tapes. We've got a group of ladies in Region 7 who help with that. And I didn't know that there are 16 components in a VHS tape, and each one of them gets recycled. Fantastic. For Medicaid, I mentioned the monthly webinars, which will continue, but also we want to see how we can progress that a bit more. 24 units of blood donated. We need to progress this. Remember, each unit of blood can save 3 lives maybe. So let's see how we can work on that. Overseas projects. Now you saw the videos of the dignity bags. I remember last year during the conference when we asked people to bring the bags in, our target was 97, I think. Altogether, we sent 818 dignity bags. This is due to your service. And you saw the smiles on the children's faces when they received that. So thank you very much for that. The gift boxes that were collected during the birthday program have gone to Moldova. Over 500 boxes. 10 tons of provisions also went there. And you saw the video of the ambulance that the UK have donated. A project in India, contributions to the heart valve. So enough contributions have been made to supply 14 heart valves at the moment. Blankets and some medical support was sent to Nepal. Things like milk powder to Sri Lanka, and even some contributions towards the Pakistan flood relief. So, whilst there is a lot of help needed here as well, the devotees extended their hand to serve abroad as well. A very brief summary of what we are going to discuss at the workshop. So we want to continue with our food bank homeless service. In case anybody didn't know, there's a big event happening sometime in May in this country, the coronation. And as part of that, there is a big service project that the government are looking at. And this is to get everybody involved in serving in the community. So please watch out for information on that. Let's see how we can help out. As I said, tree planting, we want to expand what we are doing to try and align with the rest of the world. Aqua care, we've been trying to look for projects abroad. It's not happened up till now. Let's continue to look for that because water is obviously something that's very important. We will continue to search for places where we can help with that. Medicare, as I said, we want to progress blood donation and together with bone marrow and stem cell initiatives. Heart valve projects will continue as well. This will all be discussed a lot more in our workshop this afternoon. So, once again, thank you very much for all your help, all your support, and looking forward to working with you for the rest of the year on many, many more service projects. I forgot the pilgrimage. So as part of the pilgrimage, there are many, many service activities that we'll be looking at in preparation for the pilgrimage and then whilst we're in India. So please, again, watch out for that. We'll discuss what we can do. Thank you very much. I'd now like Brother Sathish from the spiritual wing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Respected elders, brothers, sisters, and children, probably Jayesh. Jayesh did indicate that he's going to take more time, and he did, I think. No, that's fine. No, there's a lot of activities, of course, so I'll try to be short and sweet, hopefully, with regards to the spiritual wing. Is our national spiritual team, if I may call, and then probably please, like the service wing did, if we can stand up. Raghu and Jamie from Region 1, please, if you could stand up. Sorry, Jamie. Brother Nagasai and Neil Mehta from Region 2. Thank you. Sister Roni and Sister Amata from Region 3. Sister Arul is there. Thank you. Yes. Sister Jaina Patel. Sorry, she's moved to this Seva wing apparently. From Region 5, Brother Vinesh and Brother Santosh. Sorry. Nabil Siva, brother from Region 6. Brother Anand is going to lead our Vedam study circle, and the next is myself. Yeah, this is just the overview of 2022. The national events have been, we have started back to in-person events, the National Office Bearers Conference, National Easwarakumar Day, Prayers for Peace, the Birmingham Rudrahomam, birthday celebrations, and National Christmas celebrations. We had National Sai Smaran Bhajans in person after some time. Was well attended, approximately over 250 devotees participated. This was held in Leicester. Again, the Rudra Homam in Birmingham Temple, well attended with over 70 chanters and 400 devotees. The regional events are back to in-person events and are being well attended. Plan for 2023, with regards to Vedam, we want to advance plans for the National Veda Project or Veda course, where we scope the project, find the teachers and map out the course. Plan to increase participation further for prayers for peace in Birmingham Rudra Homam. With regards to study circle, plan study circles for national pilgrimage. I'm sure there will be communications that had already started and will continue to flow through. Formulate a sadhana plan for the national pilgrimage. We've already had a meeting where this was shared, the initial draft was shared. With regards to bhajans, in planning to conduct bhajan workshops throughout the country, to start with Region 2 and Region 3. We have a Region 2 bhajan workshop on 11th of February, which is next Saturday. Plan for Sai Smaran on the 9th of September. The venue will be announced soon. The national online harmonium classes, if there is a demand. Likewise, Balvikas bhajan training, if there is a demand. There is a plan for musical offering and bhajans during the national pilgrimage with the youth wing. Again, the details and communication would be shared shortly. We have started a UK bhajan album project. The first bhajan will be released shortly. This is to encourage the youth participation, as there is a lot of talent in the country. So to leverage this and use the talent in terms of recording the bhajans, musicians, singers, and then use it as part of the national content. Will be put on the website, on the YouTube and other social channels. This activity has been ongoing already by a lot of our youth and bhajan team, not individually, but then we are trying to do it, within the organization with this UK bhajan album project. Please watch out for this space, and the first bhajan will be released shortly. That's from the spiritual wing. May I please request the young adult wing. Joint coordinators, Brother Kapil, Prasher and Sister Triveni. Jayesh.
Saram everyone. It's good to see so many smiling faces. I was expecting to hear a yes.
Okay, I'll stop. So before we introduce our team, I guess we should introduce ourselves. I was meant to get a bio for Brother Kapil, but I didn't. I scrolled his LinkedIn, but it was too long. It would take the 5 minutes that we have. So instead, I saw that he had a can-do attitude on his profile, which is what we both are going to embody for you this year. Our team on the slide. We won't go through the names, but if you could just give them a round of applause to say thank you for the work they've done. And yeah, they're the faces that you should go to if you need anything for yourselves, for your wings, for your centres, your regions. These are the people who are going to be there to support all of your activities. So yeah, do go to them. Overview of 2022.
It was interesting to hear Brother Phil earlier, and I just want to take a few points from his talk. Two key words that come to mind: transformation, and it's quite fitting, given the theme for the year, for this conference, transformation for the org, and also inspiring. And as you can see from this slide, I think this is definitely something that both Sister Triveni and myself can attest to. We've truly been inspired by the youth on various levels, be it at the grassroots levels, at the respective science centres, at regional and nationally. The youth have been really involved throughout the organisation in various capacities in all the wings. It could be in the service wing in terms of homeless service, tree planting. It could be the spiritual wing in terms of the study circles, the summer shower study circles, notably last year, which the youth took a great deal of involvement in, Vedan classes over the past 2 years. And it also be the SSE wing, where lots of youth are involved in the capacity of being a Balvikas teacher. And I think what's even more, and you have to take your hat off to the youth, given how we've come out of COVID, and to see the amount of activities that's taken place and what they've been involved in. So that's an overview of 2022. If we move on to the last slide. So what is it that we want? Or what is it that we hope to achieve? That icon was a collective decision, so...
For the couple,
yeah.
For the couple.
Upwards and onwards to infinity and beyond. What do we mean by this? It's a great platform that we've achieved as a youth collective within the UK Psi fraternity, and we're looking to build upon that and looking to achieve a lot more. Just like any of the other wings, I think this was something that was alluded to earlier by one of the presentations. So one thing that definitely comes to mind, and it was touched upon earlier in terms of more in-person activities, is more of that personal engagement, right down to the grassroots levels. And this is something that both Triveni and myself have initiated in recent months in terms of visiting various Psi centres across various regions. Triveni?
Yeah, we really want to make sure that we're not seen as a separate wing. We're there to support all the other wings, essentially, as well as build upon our own spirituality. It's a case that we have so many regions with so much talent, and we know that there are people who exist outside the M25, and so we want to make sure that we are reaching those regions as well, going all the way up north, south, across the UK, connecting those youth together, and really making sure that we hone in on those in-person activities that we know we do so well. We also want to make sure that we're collaborating with other charities too, and also with our own Balvikas. We really want to support that wing. We know that we have loads of Balvikas who go off to uni, want to support that transition into the young adults wing as well. We already have loads of teachers who are from the youth wing, but it's not just about teaching them, it's about mentoring them, it's about being there for them, showing them what they can do when they transition to the other wings that you guys are all part of. Yeah.
And lastly on the cards, the pilgrimage. Whatever opportunity, what else can we ask in terms of an opportunity to contribute towards? So with that, we bring our presentation to a close. Sarah.
Sairamo.
Saira.
Would like to introduce our team. Not sure how many of them are here, but if you're here, please stand up. The Balvikas national coordinators, Brother Roni and myself. Region 1, SSC coordinator, Sister Dina Rawal. Region 2, Lakshmi Kamla Unawa. Thank you, Lakshmi. Region 3, Trikeshwari Sri Ganeshan. She is not well, so she passed her apologies. Region 4, Niyanta Patel. Thank you, Niyanta. Region 5, Jyoti Pallavajala and Harsha Mohammed. Region 6, to be confirmed. Region 7, Brother Parish Patel. Thank you very much. And Region 8, Sister Rupa Joshi.
Okay, just whizzing through 2022, just thinking of what Brother Phil said earlier about zooming and cocooning. I love that phrase, I really do, I'm good to remember that. So obviously we emerged from COVID, and it's wonderful to see that of the 41 centres and groups in the country that have Balvikas, over 3/4 of them have resumed face-to-face classes. So that's great, that's really good, yes. Obviously we have an objective, you'll see on the next slide, that we'll work on those remainder to make sure that we all resume face-to-face. The children really thrive when we do meet face-to-face. Don't have anything against Zoom. Zoom was great. Without Zoom, we couldn't have operated for 2-3 years, right? But we need to get back now in the saddle and do those face-to-face classes. And indeed, we actually, you know, it's easy to talk, again, Brother had the statistics about the numbers of centres that have gone down, and I know, you know, people talk about, you know, things have changed. But there have been some positives as well. We've seen some centres start up Balvikas perhaps after a long time. You know, Swindon was one that recently we talked about. I think Walthamstow is another one. We had a new group, Tunbridge Wells, that started out of nowhere. So Swami's mission is growing. This is the thing we need to remember. It is growing, but maybe not the way that we expect. That's what we just need to remember. So it's wonderful to see that. And we had the live event, National Isharama Day, again here. I mean, I remember we were having the sort of the panel discussion, and in the middle of the panel discussion I could see some children just sort of running around, because these are children, of course, that hadn't met their friends in ages, and they were just happy to be with each other again. So it was wonderful that everyone, all 8 regions participated in that event, all 8 regions of the UK, wonderful. And and indeed we had the national Christmas celebrations, and the wonderful nativity play that happened then. So great to see all of that. So really good to see everyone come back together. After about 5 years or so of working on it, the online resource bank project finally launched. It's a great resource for Balvikas Gurus. It's always a live project. There's lots more to be added to it, but it's wonderful that we finally started that. No, so just, we said that one of the aims for next year, this year rather, is to work on those remainder, get them to reopen face-to-face. Brother Shakti talked about the National Safeguarding Policy and Guidelines. We'll bore you about that later in our wing presentation. And of course the database as well. The database we launched that nearly 3 years ago, would you believe? And I know some of you love it, and some of you maybe less so, but our aim this year is to try and convert you to the, if you like, the real positives that this database has in terms of helping us with Balvikas admin. And the last bit, so I'll pass on to Sister.
Pilgrimage to Sai, journey to Sai. We have the wonderful opportunity of the UK children performing or offering a play in Prashanti, in his Lotus Feet. So please encourage children to participate in this wonderful opportunity. The many will be wonderful. The practices will be via Zoom in the beginning, and then we'll have face-to-face practices towards the end. And I think 28th of February is the last date for the registration of the children and their parents. Soon there will be a form sent out, a new form will be launched for the registration. So please encourage as many children as you can. Thank you. Saira.
Jai Saram, everyone. Is anyone in the hall? Jai Saram, everyone. Welcome to the most important part of the day, the media presentation. You'll have noticed that there have been a lot of presentations so far, but this is going to be the best one, the most exhilarating. And that's why the power of the media team, we've afforded ourselves 45 minutes for this presentation. So, my name's Amit. Nice to meet you all. I'm sure most of you know me. And I was afforded the opportunity to be the National Media Coordinator only a few weeks ago. And it's a wonderful challenge, but it's also a wonderful opportunity as well. I'm sure you'll all agree that over lockdown, the media team became very important. It kept that lifeline for devotees to attend their centres, have study circles, go to Balvikas, as Roni said, go to Bhajans, and even the national events that we had for 2 years. The media team is what kept everyone going. And that's why we're really important. Our aims are very similar to what they were over the last few years. We want to be able to share Bhagwan's divine message in lots of different ways. We want to captivate and inspire. We want to allow consistent structure in management of technology and all communication, and also to have effective communication for the organisation, the wings and the centres. But actually the best part of this media wing is the team. They're often unseen and unheard. Actually, they're heard quite a lot, in fairness. But they're unseen, but the amount of effort, inspiration, innovation that they put into daily activities in creating events like this has really blown my mind and been an attribute to their dedication to Swami. And in the team we have lots of people. Oh, sorry. I don't know who put that there. We have some coordinators all over the country, as well as these coordinators who help with the social media or the website, the archiving, the video editing, as you saw the video today, the app development as well. And we have lots of coordinators all over the country from each region. The media team is so dynamic that actually the blank space there has already been filled this morning. So I don't think you could say that about many other wings, really. Our targets for next year are written down on the right side. But actually what we want to do is just develop the team, expand the team, and develop the processes for which we can achieve all of our aims, so that we can share Swami's message. And we're here to help you, whether you're a centre or a region, to try and have that effective communication, and also have a communication which is standardised within the whole organisation. But I'm not just here to say what we can do for you, I also want to hear from what you can do for us. So if you are a budding graphic designer, if you've edited some videos, or perhaps there's someone at home who can help you with videos, we'd be more than happy to hear from them. And just come and contact me, and we can, I'm sure, use people's help and forward our aims further. If you have any complaints, then talk to Shankaran. That concludes my part. Saram.
I think you'll all agree
that was a pretty impressive presentation from all the wing coordinators. Thank you all. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Brother Suresh Menon. Been in the private banking industry, graduated with a BCom from Mumbai, became a chartered associate of the Indian Institute of Banking. Been working 29 years in the Dubai, Middle East, and then for the past few years, managing director of LG Private Bank. Moved into England in 2021, where he is CEO and founder of We Invest, and also a partner in Opulenza. Basically, these are advisory, stroke portfolio, stroke management, stroke consulting companies, and that's where his strength lies. Came into Swami's fold in 1991, inspired by the teachings of love and service. He is now Zone 8 Chair, Middle East, and Zone 9 Chair, Africa. And Brother Suresh's biggest achievement is to be part of the Sai organization. So please welcome Brother Suresh.
I offer my love and pranams at the divine lotus feet of Swami. I pray to Bhagwan to bless us. What a beautiful day, and what a beautiful presentation. Thank you, Brother Amit. That was a really nice presentation. I didn't know that media could also flip your photographs. My next presentation is with you. Thanks. The two people who find great challenge presenting is the one person before the lunch and the one after the lunch. So I've been given that privilege today. But I'm going to request Brother Jayesh and the team who is keeping the prasad over there that you can take your time. We're not hungry. We can be here till 3 o'clock. Thanks, because my presentation is based on when they tell me that it's late. I think this is going to get Pratap and worried about how long I'm going to stand here. It's been very nice sitting here and seeing the beautiful work that's happening in UK. When you showed the Syria, that was when I was really touched because I heard about it, but today I saw what was presented over here. Syria comes part of Zone 8, which I represent, and Zone 9, which is part of Africa. So let me now take you to Prashanti Dilem. It was the year 2022. To be precise, June of 2022. 22nd, 23rd was the time frame. Hot summer. And on that day, as everybody was getting into the Kulwant Hall, there was a cold breeze. And people were imagining what's suddenly happening. And then you see 3,000 brothers and sisters walk into Kulwant Hall with badges, and they were all there for the Center Leader Conference, which was organized by India. Brothers and sisters, many of them came from the remotest corner of India. Some of them couldn't even afford being there. But that was one call that Swami gave for the Center Leaders Conference, and they made it over there. This particular incident was quoted in the Executive Committee meeting by Chakravarti sir. Chakravarti sir started this topic and then handed over to Nimesh Pandya ji, and he elaborated about that conference. What a beautiful conference. It was one time when this 3,000 brothers and sisters had come down, and it was one time when the workshop was held in different regional languages. It was amazing. And what came out in the end was Swami brought everybody back to basics, just like Brother Pratap had pointed out. And it was realized that it is time that we need to hold these conferences quite frequently, at least every year. So Chakravarti sir that day said, why not about the international organization? Is it not the right time to have something like this? That was Guru Purnima of 2022. The topics that was covered in the India conference was the Divine Charter, roles and responsibility, Seva as Sadhana, spiritual sadhana, number of topics. Immediately after the Guru Purnima, we convened a meeting of all zone chairs. And everybody was extremely eager to have this done in Prashanti Nilayam. In matter of few days, with Swami's grace, this entire plan just unfolded. And it was so beautiful to see it unfold. Topics started coming up from across the globe. Every zone wanted to hear about some particular topic which they wanted to deep dive, go back and listen to. And it was a hard task to put the entire program for the event. The theme was selected, practice and inspire, and I thank Phil for having covered that topic, so I don't have to touch on that. Every topic that was selected for the 2 days of this conference was chosen by all the members of different zones. And then we came back to how do we proceed from here. As Swami would always want it, he chose the date and he chose every bit of the program. When sisters, as you all know, there's nothing that can happen across the world, in particular Prashanti Nilayam. And on 23rd of November, while I was sitting there in Prashanti Nilayam on Swami's birthday, this announcement of the Central Leader Conference was made by Naganand sir. And that was the start of the huge planning that is going on right now for this event. If you see, brothers and sisters, everybody, the Center President, National Council President, all the previous members who were part of the organization, the young adults, are all invited to be part of this divine call that Swami has given. It is for us, one, because the date is so fantastic. 3rd is going to be Guru Purnima, 4th and 5th is going to be this conference, and 6th and 7th is going to be a networking event. Beautiful way to recharge ourselves, to deep dive into some of the specific talks that Swami has given for the senior members in the organization. It is time for us to relook at, are we doing exactly what Swami wants in the organization? And when I go back and read the guidelines that has come up in May 2022, the charter, the 9-point code of conduct, all this reminds me again and again, there is a lot that I, being part of the senior member in the organization, is supposed to learn and change, practice and inspire. So let me just show you a small glimpse of what has been selected by everybody. This is again an opportunity for us to realign ourselves and to work in the organization, because this is the best opportunity that we could have got from Bhagwan. The 2 days program is structured in such a way. We have talks on divine leader, structure and operations of the Sathya Global Council, unity, purity, divinity, individual sadhana, impact on leadership, ideas and actions for Ideal Sai Center, lighting the lamp of love in centers, 9-point code of conduct, going beyond Bhajans, and the list goes on. 4 workshops on day 1, 4 workshops on day 2, and there are programs in the evening. Finally, you will walk off from there with a resolution that has been framed by each of you who are going to be part of this conference. And I'm going to touch one very, very important thing at the end, which will then tell you why you need to be there in this conference. The next that came up after going through the conference was that there is a need for us to know what's happening globally. The Sathya Sai Global Council was formed, but there is a lot that is happening across the world. Swami is touching the lives of so many people. So many impactful service activities are happening across the globe. And you saw what's happening here just by this beautiful video that was put up by the media team of so many activities. And imagine you standing there and seeing the activities happening across the globe, across all the zones. Can we ever get an opportunity? That was the opportunity that Swami brought for us in the networking event. And this is the first time such an event is happening where all the zones are going to be there, participating in this. There is going to be chaos for every zone. Every zone is going to display what they are doing in their countries. There is one going to be on the ISSC, the number of training programs that ISSC is conducting across the globe, and also the EHV program that has taken leaps into the world. Beautiful things happening, and I'm talking to you today here because I can hear and I can see the work that's happening globally, because I'm involved with the work that is happening for the networking event. All the zones are so thrilled that they want to be there, not only to show what is happening in their countries, not only to inspire, but also to learn from the other countries and how we could replicate and take something from there into our own zones and into our countries. So this networking event is a greatest opportunity to meet up with everybody there, discuss and also learn from it. There's another one thing that happened while this planning was happening. Because there are so many verticals in planning of a conference like this, it was decided that few of the verticals, actually all of the verticals, will be allocated to the zones. And believe it or not, Zone 6 got the opportunity to do the opening ceremony. What a better thing can that be? And from that day, Brother Phil has been really working on this, putting up all the plan, because this is going to be live and this is going to be the first part of the program that's going to happen where the world is going to see. I want all of you to be there for that event, which is happening on the 4th. Both Brother Shitu and Phil has been doing beautiful. They just showed me one of the presentations the other day on the 27th when we had the meeting, just to give a glimpse of what is being planned. It's amazing. Thank you, Phil, for that. With this event that is happening, Swami is transforming all our lives. Swami is also showing to us what's happening globally and how things are completely changing towards his mission, which each of us are carrying forward. So let me come to the end of this and let me share with you what I wanted to share with you. On 13th of January 1969, you can go and see the talk. Swami made a beautiful declaration. In fact, he said this for each of us who are involved with the Sai organization and for each of us who are part and parcel of this organization as a senior member. I would request every center president and the committee members of the center president to be part of this event. And what Swami said on that day was, every morning, as you sit up in bed, ask yourself 4 questions. First one, for what purpose have I come to this world? Second, what is a task that is set for me? Third, what is the trump for which this struggle is preparing me for? And the last one, what is the grand victory for which I have to strive? Brothers and sisters, I promise you, this conference will give you answers to all these 4 questions in the individual way, directly from Swami to you. I thank Bhagwan for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here, and I'm going to leave by telling you that I'm going to meet you all in Prashanti Nilayam. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Brother Suresh, for clarifying what we need to do with the international conference this year.
Welcome back to the second half of today's programme. We hope you all enjoyed your various workshops, found it engaging, insightful, and hopefully inspires you to take part in the various activities that we'll be conducting this year in the various wings. We thought it would be good to get everyone informed about what's happening in the various wings, so we were having a short feedback session now. We will start with the service wing, so if I can call upon the representatives. Thank you.
beloved Swami. Jai Saram, everyone. Today's our first double act, by the way, from Service Week. We're very grateful to Swami for giving us this wonderful opportunity to come together in the service wing. We had around 45 people attend the service workshop with great enthusiasm. We thank all the participants for their valuable input. And we opened up the service workshop with a short inspirational video on team building. We then proceeded with a team building exercise which involved cleaning the dining hall. Teams were divided into groups and worked collectively towards a common goal. This gave exposure to the participants as to what worked well as a team and where we needed to improve when working in leadership roles. Then we had group discussions on 6 key questions. This was an interactive workshop, and some of the questions that were addressed, I'll start off with the first one. It was, what is the significance of seva opportunities that we are blessed with? And how should we perform this and benefit from such opportunities? This actually question was from Science Inspires, and then Swami answers, which I'll follow in a little bit. So the next question was, we all face challenges in our centres and around us. And how do we get, because of these challenges, how do we actually get devotees involved? So that was the other question. And then the other challenges that we face is, how do we actually engage devotees in service activities? We're always looking for volunteers. And the workshop activity that we did today, I think it was the quickest ever we addressed. The task was to clean the dining area, and usually it might take us about an hour or something like that. Today, with all the team that was there, we did it within 15 minutes. So working as a team had a great impact. So one of the other questions that we addressed was, what do you think your role is as a service coordinators? So, everybody in our team participated really enthusiastically, and we all worked really well, and we came up with some answers. It may not be right for all the centres, but at least we addressed some of the answers. Okay, this is going back to the first question. What is the significance of seva activities, and how do we perform our activities? So this is what Swami says, and it's so profound. Actually for some of us, it hit our hearts, this message from Swami. So Swami says, the prime purpose of seva opportunities is to provide volunteers with a chance to train themselves in the attitudes of humility, readiness, and reverence that are so essential for one's own happiness and for social security. I've been addressing the persons selected every time so that they may know what is expected of them, especially as the urge behind their service activities. Among the 9 steps of devotional progress, the 4th and the 5th highlight the attitude of seva. It is referred to as Pada Sevanam and Dasyam, serving the feet of the Lord or doing acts offered at the feet of the Lord and considering oneself as a servant of the Lord. Service is basically activity arising out of the yearning to win the grace of God. Through seva alone can man attain mastery, and through mastery of the senses, passions, and predilections, man can attain divinity. This was from the Divine Discourse, June 26, 1969. And for the next bit, I'll hand over to Brother Santosh.
My humble prostrations and salutations at the lotus feet of our Divine Master, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, thank you for your patience. They say we have our plan and Swami has his. So Arunbai had this fantastic surface laptop that we were supposed to place nice and flat down here and read out. And as we came into the hall, he fired it up, and as we were reading, it crashed. And he says, "Get your laptop out, get your laptop out." So we weren't supposed to look like this, it was supposed to be all flat down. Before I forget, I just want to kind of make an announcement and say a huge thank you to everybody and all the regions and centers, as well as individuals and groups, for the fantastic donations that are there in the dining hall. So thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not sure how much we've collected, but I'm sure once here Jitesh Bhai has done a count up, we'll kind of know. Continuing from what Arun Bhai said, we're happy to share the proposals that was jointly agreed for 2023 as our national initiatives. The first one being to continue with serving the homeless, which we've been doing for a long time. The second one being to continue support with the food banks, which I think we do a fantastic job of, and maybe it's not a nice thing to say, but to sing our praises about it, to inspire, not to kind of puff our chests up and have this egotistical view about it, but to inspire other devotees to actually join along and your neighbors to actually participate in this service activity, be it via the center or via, wherever their local shop is. The next one is actually, I think, an international project, but it falls in with a national project as well. So it's a tree planting project, and we have set ourselves a national target of planting 10,080 trees this year. So you have two opportunities to do that, and if I'm correct, if I remember clearly from EnviroCare, one's going to be around March and the other one's probably going to be around October. Those are the two opportunities to kind of get planting. So that's one of the kind of really big initiatives. In conclusion, I just want to say it is hoped that we first try to review some of the things that we do or that we plan to do at a center level first and at regional level, because some of the challenges that you face at centers may vary from center to center. So have a chat with your devotees and see what you can do through study circles to help you evolve and understand some of the basic principles of conducting seva and its purpose, which form the very foundation of our journey to Sai, to progress through progressive transformation, which is what we need in ourselves, and mostly focus on the vision of Sai and his mission. I want to say from the service team and from all the service coordinators, and I hope I can include you all, thank you to everyone, but most importantly to Swami, please who's blessed us and to continue to bless us with the wisdom to do the work in his divine name. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. There's a quick summary of the discussion that we had in the Balvikas wing. We first started off basically talking about any issues that people had, and the main thing that came up was, or the main question we had was how to get to work with parents or children where the children are basically not coming to classes as regularly because of things like tuition or 11 plus and things like that. And essentially the consensus amongst the group assembled there was coming back to the tripartite relationship where you've got the parents, the teachers and the students all working together, working closely with the family, making sure that the parents know that we as a centre are still there, ready to support them, we're still in contact with them, we're still working flexibly with them, and always ready to welcome them back when they're able to do so. So that was the consensus there. Moving on to some of the other things, the more admin-y type things that we talked about earlier, whether it was the launch or the ongoing development resource bank, or indeed the database, the registration database. Basically, we were talking about how those have exist and how they are being developed, and basically just talking about the fact that it's a bit of a culture change in the Balvikas wing, getting used to basically all of this new technology that has been introduced relatively recently. The database, although it'll come in, it'll be 3 years this summer, it's still relatively new. And part of that culture change, of course, extends to child safeguarding and talking about the new policies and procedures that are going to be launched later this year. And again, the fact that with child safeguarding, it is, again, a culture thing. It's not a comfortable subject. Some of the material that you have to come across when going through the training is quite uncomfortable. It's not pleasant, but it's certainly necessary, given that we work with children. And the last, but definitely not least, the topic that we discussed was the pilgrimage. And we had a lot of questions relating to the pilgrimage, as I'm sure there will be plenty more as we progress on our journey to Sai, and talking about the how we see the in terms of the qualification, in terms of ages of children and what they can and can't do, through to the practices, how we think they will happen, and through to just the general questions like how to prepare families and children for the trip. There will be those who have been before, albeit things have changed. The way that things are now are not how they were, for instance, in 2010. There will be plenty of families who will be going for the first time. And so how do we manage those expectations? How do we make people realise that, there will be difficulties? This is not going to be a holiday. It is a pilgrimage. But at the same time, not let them get too despondent or pessimistic, make them realise that actually working together as a group, as we will be, we will all be able to support each other so that we will have an amazing spiritual time there in Parti. So that was our discussion in Balvikas. Thank you. Simon.
Jai Sairam, everyone. First of all, on behalf of Sathish and I'd like to thank all those who contributed at the service presentation meeting today. We had about 40 odd people who attended the session, so thank you all so much. Unlike the spiritual wing, we didn't really think about having a breakout session, or we just thought we knew each other really well, so we just dived straight into the point, so I'll get straight there as well. So there were two key questions that we discussed. How can the organization actively support centers in having a higher attendance at spiritual events? Some of the key points under here that we discussed was have a set of musicians within the center or region who can take turns in providing support to help with high quality bhajans. Have an accessible database centrally holding details of bhajan singers, Vedic chanters and study circle leads. This is probably a debatable one, but there was a view that we should put an end to online or Zoom bhajans in the view to encourage devotees to attend in person. Where possible, have the SSC wing as part of the center activity, center or group activities, and by which we can have SSC bhajans at least on a monthly basis. We have more relatable study circle topics for the young adults or SSC on a regular basis. Have a study circle at a regional level if there is interest. For example, we had the summer showers held on a national level last year, so we could replicate that if there is enough interest. Have home bhajans at least once a month on an informal basis so that we can encourage children and adults to start singing at home at a more comfortable level. The next question that we discussed was like, how can we encourage active members to become office bearers? I think we could start that by showing good leadership ourselves, and then we can encourage them to take on activities within the center or group. We can try and make the wing as enjoyable as possible by organizing relatable activities, getting those interested to do a shadow role in the position before letting them take over the position. Encourage the active members to attend national or regional events where they may get inspired to take on a role in the future, like how we are all here today. Thank you, Jayesh.
Sorry, everyone. First of all, I'd just like to start off with a positive note how it was a good turnout in the youth workshop. There were loads of youth. I think there were quite a number of youth who hadn't come in the previous year, which is a good thing, which basically shows that they're keen to understand and learn more about our organisation. So lots of positive things were discussed, positive feedback, particularly when it came to what the youth wing has achieved and what we can do going forward. One key thing, and this is something that we had alluded to, both Triveni and myself earlier in the morning session, that the youth are there and they're present and they're well integrated in every wing of the organisation. And that's something that has to be acknowledged as well as applauded. And this is something that we obviously reminded the youth that, okay, fair enough, there will be negative, we're in this world, we'll always receive positive feedback, but we'll also receive negative feedback. And not to dwell so much on the negative feedback. Okay, if there's room for constructive criticism, so be it, take it on board. But at the end of the day, this is something that we should applaud ourselves, that the youth are taking an active interest in each and every wing of our organisation. One key thing which was stressed upon was bridging that gap between the SSC, particularly Group 4, the Lotus, and the youth, and what can be done, and where youth of certain skill sets can come in and facilitate and help bridge that gap. And lastly, acknowledging that, if not so much with the present generation, the coming generations, not having that physical exposure, not seeing Swami in the flesh and blood, how much of an impact will that have on an individual's spiritual progress? And I think the general consensus was that, a lot of this generation have not seen Swami, but that doesn't lessen the individual's spiritual journey. And I think that's one key thing that we should all be conscious of. We've moved from that phase of the form to the formless. And I think more encouragement needs to come about in terms of discussing this and how we can, essentially comes back to communication. How can we sort of involve more of our youth in our respective activities, a result of which will be that they will feel Swami's presence more and more in their daily lives. Sarah.
Thank you so much. I hope you all found that feedback session really useful. I'm now going to have the honour of introducing our guest speaker, Mr. Naganand. Mr. Naganand is a trustee of Sri Sathya Sai Central Trust, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, and Sri Sathya Sai Media Foundation. Professionally, Mr. Naganand is an eminent lawyer and qualified chartered accountant, coming from a very distinguished academic background. He earned gold medals in both law and chartered accountancy. Currently, he is a senior partner in a law firm with an international clientele. He also practices as senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India. He's kindly sent us a video sharing some sweet words. Thank you.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My hearty greetings to all Sai brethren in the United Kingdom and other parts of the world. The topic that is given to me is devotion to Sai through the Sai organization. Now, to understand the topic, we need to understand clearly as to the phenomenon of Swami. Those of us who have had the great blessing of Swami to be somewhat physically close to him and to learn from him and to be guided by him in all activities of the Sai organization, we have been greatly influenced by how Swami taught us what to do. But long prior to any of us coming close to Swami, Swami has been in this world and he has been motivating people, talking to them. And if all of you remember the message of Swami in 1940, when Swami said, I have come to redeem the world and I don't belong to any family. So if you look at it from that perspective, it has been a relentless discussion, talk, advice and help that Swami has been giving to humanity. You look at Swami's mission. Now, often Swami achieved something which was impossible to even conceive. It was something which no human being could think of achieving. And the underlying thread that we see in all of this is compassion, is love, is a concern for everybody, every living being in the world. What did Swami do? He said that I am going to set up an organization, and the object of this organization is going to be to give you, all my devotees, an avenue. What is that avenue for? The avenue is for you to get involved in activities which will take you along the right path. So how is it that you should get out of this rut of ego and desire? For that, Swami said that you have to be part of a Sai organization. And the role of the organization is to provide you a forum, a platform. And what does this platform do? The platform brings together people who are like-minded, who all believe that Swami is divine, who believe that Swami came to this earth for redeeming us, and that Swami has come to give us a very important message. That's the first premise. Otherwise, you would not be joining a Sai organization. And once you join, what is it that you find? You find all of them have one objective. And that objective is to please Swami and to live up to the standards which Swami expected you to follow, and to follow the tenets and teachings of Bhagavan. Now there are, as all of us know, in the Sai organization, there are different wings. You have the spiritual wing, you have the education wing, and you have the youth wing, and you have the ladies wing, the Mahilas. Now you can participate in any of these activities. Now the importance of understanding and following Swami through the organization is that firstly we must know what Swami taught. Now how do you learn what Swami taught? You have to read or you have to hear, and therefore Swami's discourses are invaluable. And Swami not only spoke, but he wrote extensively. I don't know how many of you are aware, all the Vahinis which are now published and available, they were all written by Swami in his own hand. It was a long hand writing in Telugu language, and some of the manuscripts are still preserved and kept in the archives. He wrote them over a period of time. And if you see the depth at which they are covered, you will find it amazing that the most subtle nuances of Vedanta, the most subtle message of the Upanishads, the most important anecdotes and episodes in the Ramayana, all of them were distilled in Swami's writings, like the Ram Katha Rasvahini, Premavahini, Sandeha Nivarini, Sutra Vahini. You can, the list it goes on and on. So if you want to understand what is Swami's message, I think one way of understanding Swami's message is for us to delve into what Swami has said. Of course, you might think that it's very easy to do that, very mundane thing. Of course, you pick up a small book, Vahinis are all very small books. But unless you delve into it and you start reading it, you're not going to see the nuances of it. Like the Ramayana, all of us know the story of Ramayana. It's well known. Why should one read the Ram Katha Rasvahini? But if you read it, you will then realize what Swami has emphasized on. What is the character? What is the quality of Lakshmana? What kind of relationship did he have with his brother? How did he regard his brother? How did he sacrifice his whole life and come with his brother to the forest? How was Bharata? What was Bharata's dismay at having to sit in a place where Rama was supposed to sit? How much of anguish he suffered. And the beautiful dialogues that we see, which are exchanged between them when Bharata comes to see Rama at the end of his Vanavasa, is so beautiful. Now, of course, there are different versions of Ramayana, but what I'm trying to say is Swami took the trouble of writing this for all of us to read. So in the spiritual wing, it is important for all of us to spend a little time. We are all very busy. This is a voluntary organization. You don't get anything in return tangibly except the lovely feeling of brotherly love, of being together with people who are on the same wavelength, and of doing a little bit of seva or service to other people. So to get full advantage of it, I think we all must start reading all the Vahinis and all the writings of Bhagavan. Fortunately, you now have the media center, Satya Sai Media Center out of Prashanti Nilayam. They have been publishing, recording, disseminating and bombarding you with messages, with the daily message, with discussions, with photographs and with reports about various things that are happening in the Sai world. Now, this is a source of information for you. It's an invaluable source. Of course, bhajans are really, what shall I say, a very integral part of Swami's teachings, because Swami said in the charter, in the code of conduct, he said you must have community singing every week, at least in your house. All the family members, few friends can join together and have a small bhajan session. It helps you to orient your mind. It helps you to think that what is it that is Swami's message? How is it that we should appreciate the great things that divine beings have given to us? And the elevating music, as we all know, has a very therapeutic effect on the mind. It's well known now that music therapy itself is a way of trying to cure mental illnesses. So in the conflicted world, full of stress, full of difficulties, full of pulls and pushes, likes and dislikes, and the humdrum of daily life, you really need that few hours of peace and solitude. And how do you get it? That is why you have meditation, the Jyoti meditation, which Swami has talked about, and the Sankirtan. Sankirtan is singing. Kirtana is to sing, Sankirtana is to sing it well together. So the Sankirtana is in the form of a early morning Sankirtana, which takes place every morning in Prashanti Nilayam. If you're there, if you would like to join it, anybody can go. Nagar Sankirtan, as they call it, where they go around the place, they sanctify the air that they're breathing, they sanctify the place, and everybody there is woken up to this beautiful music. And you are dispelling all the evil things that are there in the air, and you are invoking beautiful feelings, godly feeling, and a feeling of peace and serenity. Many people ask me, we have a family temple which is close by from Bangalore. I make it a point to go there every week. And the place is so serene and beautiful. The minute you go inside and you sit down there, a kind of calm descends upon you. The same thing happens now when we go to Prashanti Nilayam. Of course, when Swami was physically there, it was different. It was electrifying. But the same kind of peace settles down on you the minute you go and sit in that atmosphere. What has happened? It's just another place. It's just a room. It's nothing special there. But what is it that that place does to you and your psyche? Many people, when they sit there and they listen to a bhajan, it happens to me many times, some beautiful bhajan is sung and teardrops of happiness start coming from your eyes. And you are so immersed in that beautiful, soulful music that is being sung there that you are transported somewhere. You forget all their worldly issues. So the importance of bhajan is very, very greatly emphasized. So if you want to take full advantage of an organization, how does one do it? One has to get involved. So if one has to get involved, one must know something. If one has to know something, one must read it. Of course, now you have a lot of podcasts and talks and videos and everything else about Swami, his discourses and things like that. That's an invaluable resource that you have. So make use of that resource, because if you want to be effective in Sai organization, it is self-improvement. Swami said, you are a member of the Sai organization not to improve somebody or help somebody, it is to improve yourself. We all know as human beings, we have failings. Swami said, take away all your desires. Of course, it's very easily said, but how difficult it is to implement. Somebody loves chocolates. So every day you have chocolates at home. And it is nearly irresistible for you to just go and open that cupboard and take out the chocolate and put it in your mouth. Because that is the attraction of the senses. The tongue, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the touch, all of these are senses. They are windows to the outside world. You have to close those windows and look inward. And to do this process, it is not easy. You got to do sadhana. That is why I remember when we thought of setting up a religious trust in Prashanti Nilayam, because many activities there were not directly charitable in nature. So after a great deal of deliberation, Swami said, okay, you prepare the document. We prepared the document and people saw it, and finally I went to present it. At that time, Swami had not given a name. So Swami read everything. He asked me to read it and I read everything and I explained. And at the end of that, I was with trepidation, I asked Swami, I said, Swami, we are not given a name. What should we call it? In a jiffy, he just turned around and said, Ye me sadhana pettu. He said, what is there to think about it? Call it sadhana. Because what is sadhana? Sadhana is the effort that a devotee makes to go towards God, to look towards God and to please God. It is a process by which we cleanse ourselves. Now, when you go on village seva or Narayan seva, what is it that you are doing? In fact, Swami has said this also, that when you do Narayan seva, you must always thank the Narayana whom you are helping and serving. Because of that Narayana, you are given an opportunity to go before him and shed your ego and hand over what God has given to him. It's not that I am giving something, it is what God has given. There's a famous song in Kannada, Kereya neeranu kerege challi varava padedavarante kaaniro hari samarthane maadi badukiro. It simply means that you are taking water from the river and you're pouring it back to somebody, and by doing that you are satisfying the Lord and you are the one who is benefiting from this. You didn't give anything from yours, you only gave what God gave you. So the concept of giving, it originates from the feeling that everybody is one. Then it also helps you to overcome your problem of desire. Desire is something that if you have one, you feel like having another one. If you don't have one, then you feel, I should possess one. If somebody else has one, then you will say, oh, he or she has got it, why I don't have it. These are all various aspects of desire, which in the Indian philosophical thought is known as Arishadvarga, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada and Matsarya. Swami has spoken about it in many of his discourses. You'll see Kama is desire, Krodha is anger, Moha is, extreme attachment, Lobha is jealousy, Mada is ego, Matsarya is extreme form of jealousy. So what I'm saying is these are qualities which one should shun. How will you shun these qualities? If you are in the company of people who think like that, and you go for Narayan Seva, you're talking to your brothers and sisters who are involved in it. Everybody participates in it. All of them, help in the cooking, help in the packing, help in taking everything together. I'm reminded of a small information I got that after a big fire which occurred in London, all the Sai organizations, the first one to go and help the inmates there, and they just got down to work. There was nothing that held them back. And this information went to Prince Charles, and afterwards he made enquiries as to who are these people wearing these scarves. They come here, they're doing something. What is it that they are doing? Who are they? And then when they were invited, he asked them, why is it that you do all these things? And then when they explained that, this is what Swami has asked us to do. Swami has said, you treat everybody like your own brother and sister. They're part and parcel of humanity. We have to love everybody. And that's the reason why we're doing it. We don't expect anything in return. And then, he appreciated it and said, this is a wonderful thing to do. Now, what I'm saying is that when you do things selflessly, of course, in Bhagavad Gita, we have the same message. Karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachanaha. That means your duty is to do your job. But when you're doing your job, you should not have in your mind the fruit of that job that you're doing. If you do that, then the job is not sanctified. Same thing Bhagavan has said many times, that don't expect anything in return. Don't expect a thank you from somebody who received it. Don't expect, if you donated 100 rupees today, don't think tomorrow somebody is going to give you 1,000 rupees in your bank account. That's not, the minute you have that expectation, then the whole sanctity of seva is dissipated. That should not happen. So the third aspect is, you have now the spiritual angle, which is the bhajans, the classes. And then you have the seva now. And in the seva, the attitude which you should have and how you should help is one thing. It could be medical seva, it could be Narayan seva, it could be giving clothes, it could be, every community in the richest parts of the world, we have the same problem. I had occasion to visit Vancouver last summer, and on the way from the airport, we were in a taxi going to the apartment where we used to stay, and the taxi went through a particular area, and we were somewhat shocked. The whole street was full of homeless people lying on the pavements with nothing on except, their sleeping bags and a few possessions that they had. The whole street, the street was more than 1 kilometer. And then we were talking amongst ourselves. The taxi driver heard us. I think he was also an Indian origin person. Though we were talking in Hindi, he understood it. And then he responded to say, sir, don't worry. This is a very small section of the city. But the rest of the city is not like this. The place where you're staying is a very beautiful part of the city and you'll enjoy your stay. Don't have any fears, he told us. That means even in the most prosperous country in the world, you have homeless people, you have people who are destitute, who have nowhere to go, no one to love, no one to give them food. And the Sai organization is doing the seva to all those people also. So what I'm saying is, seva is something which is inherently part and parcel of the Sai organization. This you cannot get out of. The other two angles or aspects are the Mahilas. Now, Swami always emphasized that women have great power. Women have great potential, and we need to allow the women to do what they are supposed to do. Because women are the ones who have more compassion than men. Their hearts melt. If they find somebody is in distress, irrespective of who that person is, they always say, we have to help that person. How? Yo, Papa, they say. So that means they have compassion for them. So for women, they have a separate status, a separate area in the Sai Seva organization. Last but not the least is the youth wing and the Balvikas program. Now you see, catch them young, as they say. When you have children in the family who are, toddlers, and, you can start teaching them something, you're doing a prayer every day. If you ask your children or grandchildren to come and sit down in your house, it happens in my house, when my grandchildren come and I'm performing my daily ritual puja. Some of them will come, they'll sit down, and then I show them what is happening. They follow you carefully. And at some stage, being children, they get distracted and said, I'll come back later. And then my grandson will say, when I hear the bell ringing, when you're doing Aarti, I will come back, Dada. That means he knows that this is the ritual being done and he gets involved in it. So when this is the atmosphere that you build around the children, and you have small stories, You talk to them, you discuss with them at their level, and that's how their mental makeup is changed. I've heard of so many people who are now, advanced in age and occupying so many positions. All of them say that, I went to Balvikas. And I also heard, I'm not very sure whether that is true, that the new Prime Minister of England, Mr. Rishi Sunak, also went to Balvikas when he was a young boy. Now, what value systems are inculcated there is something, which is very important for us to keep in mind. So the Balvikas is a very important program. The gurus in the Balvikas have a very, very great role to play, because they are the ones who are imbibing. Of course, the syllabus is structured and everything is prepared by Swami and the Sai organization, the leaders in the organization. But whatever it may be, it is for the individual teachers to actually apply their mind and to make the class interesting and talk about values, ethics, because today we find, at least in India, we had, when I was in school, this concept of a moral education was there. We had a moral science class once a week, at least for 1 hour. End of the week, usually it's to be on Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. But I'm not too sure if that is there now. So it's not there. The curriculum doesn't provide it. Like I remember in the younger days, we had a Sunday school for Christians. The church used to conduct classes and children could go and participate in it. Today, I don't know who's doing it. But the thing is, in Sai organization, you not only benefit, your whole family benefits, your children benefit. And when children are molded in the right way as they go along their life, they have the benefit of this philosophical knowledge, of the love and affection, and they are surely going to translate it, because society has to be transformed by people. And when people are molded correctly, society also is going to be the same way. I think this is the main object of the Sai organization, and to be part of it is a great privilege. Many people tell me that we are so privileged to be in the company of Bhagwan. We are so privileged to be blessed by Bhagwan. We are so privileged that he has looked upon us with compassion, that he has guided us. He is the one who gives us the thought that we should go to him. I remember there's a beautiful saying which my grandfather was very fond of, and he's had it inscribed in our temple. And he says, fulfillment in life is always on account of God's grace. But God's grace you will get if you go on praying for it. You must yearn for it. And how does one start praying or start yearning for it? That has to happen only with the grace of God. God has to prompt you. So God has now prompted all of us to sit together, to be in this beautiful National Council meeting, to be part of the Sai organization. Let us shed our egos. And Swami is constantly prodding us and saying, yes, you go for the satsang, you go for the Sai Center meeting, take up a responsibility, do something nice. Don't speak ill of other people. See, positions in Sai organizations are honorary. We don't derive any monetary benefit from it. So this should be something which you should be ready to give up any time. Because this is a privilege given to you to be of some service to somebody. If another leader comes and if another leader has to step into your shoes, you are also a leader, you are also a follower. So this concept of somebody being perpetuated in power all the time and always, holding a position, that also is something which we all need to reflect about. We should be prepared to say, so long as Swami wills that I should serve, I will serve. After that, if I have a leader, I'm going to be, his follower. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do in the Sai organization. I think with these thoughts in mind, if one participates in the Sai organization, I think we will all benefit from it. It's not only that the Swami Sai organization will get a good name, because everybody will say, wow, what kind of organization is this? Such wonderful people in it. So much service they do. So this is their attitude in life. And this is how they are peaceful and loving. So the same way, this is going to have a ripple effect. And it is good for the Sai organization and it is good for us. Let's be selfish a little bit because you want to be happy, Who is it? Will anybody say, I don't want to be happy? Unless a person is mentally unstable, then he may say, I want to be always in a state of sadness. I want to be crying all the time. But that's not so. All of us, we all want to be happy. We don't want to have any bad experiences. We don't want to have bad relationships with anybody. We want to have good relationships with anybody. We have to have a clear conscience. We have to go to Swami, bow down to him and say, Swami, I have done whatever I could do as per your teachings. Please guide me, help me, hold my hand. Let me go along the right path and make sure that I don't stray around. And by doing this, you are going to get benefited. Swami's name is going to get glorified. And we are all going to be proud members of the Sri Sathya Sai organization. I think this is how I would approach the involvement and the role of the Sai organization in the individual sadhana of all the members who are devotees of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Thank you all very much for this patient hearing. Wish you all the very best in your deliberations. Please conduct them with love, with respect, with circumspection, with a sense of detachment, with a sense of sacrifice, and say, whatever it is Swami's will, his will, thy will be done. That seems to, that is the best attitude to have in the Sai organization. Thank you very much. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Mr. Naganand, for your lovely words. We will now be having our music performance, as our youth come a little bit late, but it's okay. While they set up, I'll try and introduce them. We have our singers today, which is Brother Akhilesh and Sister Sathya. On keyboard, we have Brother Parth. Tabla, we have Brother Himmel, and on harmonium, we have Brother Kapil. They're going to be offering a garland of songs to our beloved Lord. Firstly, Sathya will be singing Vandana Prabhu Vandana, a Hindi composition. The tune was composed by the students of the Anandapur campus, thanking our beloved Sai for everything that he's provided for this world. Secondly, Akhilesh will be singing Janani Janani, a Tamil composition where the composer says, everyone's worries run away and disappear with the blessings of Goddess Janani. Next, Sister Sathya will be singing Thiru Thiru, a Telugu composition describing the beauty of Tirupati Balaji and Lakshmi. Finally, Brother Akhilesh will be concluding with the song Brindavana Venu, which is a Marathi abang. The composer says the melody of Lord Krishna is so sweet that all hatred in this world will vanish. Thank you, Sarah.
सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नमोस्तुते नमोस्तुते जननी 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 जगतारिणी पूरणी नारिणी 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 जननी 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 गान विनोदिनी कामाक्षी गान विनोदिनी कामाक्षी गान विनोदिनी कामाक्षी गान विनोदिनी कामाक्षी कमलतिरुपदवी पडिदी नडुदिनवे परमरु कमलतिरुपदवी पडिदी नडुदिनवे परमरु जननी जननी जगतारिणी पूरणी नारिणी जननी 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 जगतारिणी पूरणी नारिणी जननी 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 परमेश्वरी कोटि कोटि तुम मोटि मरयुमि उन्नर पार्वैरे पाड़ी पाड़ी तुम पाद पार्वती परमेश्वरी कोटि कोटि तुम मोटि मरयुमि उन्नर पार्वैरे कणिकन पारायो करुणी पोडिवायो कणिकन पारायो करुणी पोडिवायो कणिकन पारायो करुणी पोडिवायो पाटलीश प्रिय नायकी आडे कणा पाटे काटलीश प्रिय नायकी आडे कणा पाटे जननी जननी जगतारिणी पूरणी नारिणी जननी 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 जगतारिणी पूरणी नारिणी जननी 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 विठ्ठला विठ्ठला वृंदावने वेणु बाजे कवना समय वाली ओ वेणु कवना समय वाली वेणु नाथी गोवर्धन गाजे वेणु नाथी गोवर्धन गाजे ओ वेणु नाथी गोवर्धन गाजे वृंदावन वेणु गाजे पसरुनी मयूर विराजे उच्च पसरुनी मयूर विराजे पद आहत वासति यादवराजे उच्च पसरुनी मयूर विराजे पद आहति वासति यादवराजे Vaya baba samula visara
My humble salutation at the lotus feet of our beloved Baba. Before I say any vote of thanks or closing remarks, I would like to invite Phil, our zonal chair. Please, Phil, would you welcome here, please?
Did you like the music? I don't know where to start, and I only have 3 minutes. So, first of all, Brother Suresh and I, we just thought, could we just hire those guys for the opening ceremony in Prashanti this year? So, just briefly, because I know you all want to go home, I'm in awe. I mean, I didn't expect anything because I'm a Sai devotee, but those expectations were blown out of the water, as the expression goes. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so impressed with all of you. I mean, not only your kindness and everything, but the work you do, the harmony you radiate. I've seen so many faces that I think I remember from Prashanti, and the other half of the people now remember my face next time we meet at Prashanti. So, with all my heart, I would like to thank you for putting this together, Brother Pratap and his team. I know we all do it for Swami and we love doing it, but still we're all human, so to have a little recognition and a little pat on the back doesn't hurt, right? I mean, we can all take some sort of recognition. So, in my closing remarks, I would just like to say one thing. The work you're doing here in the UK has more than impressed me. Half of the events and projects and activities I was not aware of, and I'm really, really, really touched. So please do two things. First of all, keep doing what you're doing. And second, help to spread by your actions, by your practice, inspire others and help us sort of, radiate across the continent how we used to. That is sort of my parting wish. Apart from that, I wish you all the best. I wish you Swami's love and blessing. Thank you for having me, and good luck to all of you. Sathya.
Thank you so much. Philip G or Philipp Bhai, he stole my show, by the way, but I'll start again. Brothers and sisters, my loving pranams again to Swami and loving pranams to you all. It's my privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution to those who worked extremely hard to make this conference very memorable. Swami has said, you must show gratitude with humility and sincerity to whoever has done you to any good. So, my first vote of thanks goes to my beloved Swami. He gave us this courage and spirit to arrange this conference. An event like this, it doesn't happen in a day. It started a long time ago, months ago. It requires planning and bird's eye details. We have been very fortunate with Swami's guidance and a team of motivated UKCC members who know their job very well and executed the task very successfully. So my first thank you goes to UKCC member. I extend my first heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, who was so much so. Zonal Chair Philipp Bhai, who took time here to come and grace this occasion. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts and experience. This will surely encourage us our future endeavors. Your wisdom has enlightened our mind and shown us a new path, especially the one Aarti members put centers into centers. And he taught all Indians how to breathe, which is very important, I guess. Otherwise we will die actually. No, we won't. And my other sense of thought, thanks goes to Brother Suresh Menon, to give us a detailed information about the Central Leader Conference in Prashanti. Those are very useful. I think some of you have decided already to go to Prashanti for the leadership program. And Brother Naganand. The importance of reading Sai literature. I think the sadhana and importance of the reading Sai literature is very important. And seva, and one thing I like more, is important to ladies. I think my region for living is going to be all ladies now. I must mention our dedicated volunteers for their effort and tireless work in arranging this conference. As usual, preparing and serving delicious food. Who can be agree with that? And the beautiful order setting and clockwork to set the whole. And advance, I'm going to say advance in cleaning the whole too. And our young media team. I kind of buttering them up, my media team. They're all young, and also I always need them for all my work. And today, if you think about it, all these presentations, slide, audio, visual, background, touching, they all have to have the little touching, finishing touch for the slide presentation. And I'm sure you all must be agree that they were great. Even keeping eye on the registration and website, very important for all of us to go and check the old website as well. And how can I forget our musical offering just now? It was so joyful and blissful. And that is very important. And like Brother Philip just said to us, we can invite them to Prashanti, and we are going over Prashanti, so we will be there with the Prashanti and all our offering there as well. And our I'm grateful for our Central Trust to bringing the books and etc. for our doorstep. Today you have received so many information which will truly help us in our life. You might be overloaded, but my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for taking part, active part in all the presentation and workshops and taking time out to attend this conference. Without you, nothing would have been possible. No matter what we do, nothing's going to be possible. Experience is the passing water in the river. No experience is the same. So I'm sure you'll have a very good experience today. Our last piece of information for you is our UK program, group's pilgrimage to Putpati. I'm hoping the slide's going to go up in a minute, which is during 31st July to 6th August. All the informations are on our website, so please have a look at it, and all the sadhana program, everything's going to be linked on our website. So please, every effort made to come with us. Oh, maybe media stuff. I buttered them up too much, so maybe they forget it now. And please join a sadhana meeting as well, and it is going to be open for all of us, not just people who goes on a pilgrimage. Thank you once again to all. Jai Sai Ram, and have a safe journey after the musical program. Have a safe journey and have a great Sunday. Jai Sai Ram to you.
Krishna Rama Govinda Gokula Nandana Gopala Krishna Rama Govinda Gokula Nandana Gopala Krishna Govinda Hare, Swami Satya Sai Hare, Vasagana Sandra, Vasagana Sandra, Vani Vani, Om Jai
Samastha Yoga Sukhino